Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go.
The match will start in 3, 2, 1, go. And the match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, friends. We've got practice match number 6 out here on the field. The drivers are behind the line. I'm just testing stuff. I'm going to count. Who's my thumbs up person? Drivers behind the lines, practice match number 6 in 3, 2, 1, go.
Robot fans near and far, please welcome to the field your tournament master of ceremonies and first alum, Evan Klein.
I woke up this morning and I said to myself, I am the luckiest man in the world because I get to MC the event at the high school that I went to. So that's pretty cool. Y'all know the drill. I'm going to split the stands up into 4 sections. We've got the scoring side over here. So red side of the field on the scoring side, when I point at you, you're going to say go. Blue side of the field, you're going to say the letter F. Stage side, blue side of the field, you're going to say the letter R. And red side of the field, any guesses on what letter you're going to say? All right, 4 times, because that's the minimum number of ranking points all of you are going to walk away from each match, right? Right? Minimum? All right. When we're all done 4 times, we're all going to stand up. You're going to yell as loud as you can, first. And on this side of the field, you're all going to stand up and you yell as loud as you can, robotics. You going to try? All right. Red side of the field. Here we go. Louder. Louder. One more time, louder. All together. First. Very good. Very nice, very nice. All right. I'll go ahead and get into the script now. I managed to fit it all onto one small sheet of paper, so bear with me, friends. Ahoy, mateys! Welcome to the 2025 First Robotics Competition and this year's game, Reefscape, presented by Haas. Every year at the first championship, when they announce what the game is going to be and they announce who the key sponsors are going to be, I'm really excited to see Haas's name come up year and year and year. Haas's mission statement, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's something along the lines of enabling innovators through motion control to build the future, right? And so supporting FIRST and FIRST programs really aligns well with what Haas sets out to do. And the Gene Haas Foundation, named after the CEO, founder of Haas Automation, they continue to come back every year and support FIRST, and I just think that's really cool. So, round of applause for Haas. But obviously, Haas can't put on an event like this on their own, so they have a lot of help, right? This year's season is part of First Dive, sponsored by Qualcomm. Qualcomm, like Haas, has a mission statement that aligns very well with FIRST, and it's cool to see them back yet again for another year. So, there are 2 facilitating sponsors here for First WA that are actually tabling at the event that are pretty interesting to stop by and talk to. One is GISA Credit Union. They're here talking about 2 of their programs. They have a program for financial literacy for students, which is actually interesting to go through and talk through. I know all the adults in this room know that if they had been a little bit more financially literate just a little bit earlier, they'd be showing up in their Lamborghini to an event, right? Additionally, we've got Polymer Shapes here. They're a purveyor of plastics and composite materials, and they've told me that they're really devoted to helping teams build the highest quality robots they can out of the best materials they can. So those are the 2 sponsors that are here at the event, and they'd love you if you'd stop by and said hi to them. With that, let's get into some of our key volunteers that are here to the event. Up first, the people you've probably already met, but you're definitely going to meet this weekend are our judges. If the judges could please stand up and wave. Your judges are led by your judge advisor, Mr. Graham Bear. I could stand up here and I could tell you the script about how the judges want to hear your struggles and your stories. But in reality, when the judges come to the pits and they're talking to you, they want to learn about what makes you an individual, and they want to learn about what makes your team different than the other teams. You know, the rehearsed scripts are cool, and they make sure you get across all the information you want to get across. But ultimately, they want to hear about how you solved some cool technical problem, or you worked with some district administrator to make it so you could do XYZ thing. That's ultimately what they're here for, and they're trying to find out what cool things you did this season. So be sure to talk to them, and remember these are individuals from interesting companies that have come from interesting robotics teams that may or may not be alumni. It's good to coordinate and network with them, get their LinkedIn profile, things like that. You may want to work at those companies one day, and having that in with a connection to a person that actually works there is very valuable. Our next group of volunteers that I'd like to recognize is our referees. They're hiding somewhere. There they are. Our referees at this event are led by your head referee, Mr. Aaron Schmitz, a First alum. Additionally, I'd like to recognize someone that you all know, Mr. Ben Stromseth. He's around here somewhere. There he is. A lot of you know him as the guy that helps put the field together or makes the field go together slower. But actually, at this event, he is our safety manager. So that's very interesting, and I'm happy to have him here. On the note of safety, let's talk about safety. Mentors, you have a responsibility to put together a safety plan for your team. This is an interesting venue with a lot of different possible places to exit, so make sure you have a key meeting point outside of the venue where your team will meet up and you can do a roll call in the event of a safety incident. And team members, students, you have a responsibility to know the safety plan and be ready to execute on it in the event that you need to. Let's talk about Woody Flowers. The Woody Flowers Award is a very interesting award because it recognizes a man who unfortunately is no longer with us. But we are very fortunate in that we have many Woody Flowers current nominees, past nominees, and we actually have several Woody Flowers Award winners here at the event this weekend. So that's pretty exciting. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen it, but I would be remiss if I didn't remind you. There is one of Woody Flowers' style jackets in the pits that is available for students to sign. And I forget exactly what that shirt gets used for, but that will be given to one of the award winners at some point. Mentors and coaches, if you're able, if you could take a quick second to stand up, I'd like to recognize all the mentors and coaches in the room. I consider myself very fortunate in the fact that I am a first alum turn mentor turn lead mentor of your host team, the Robototes. So I know firsthand the impact that mentors can have on your future trajectory, both in first and in your career, just in your personal life. So if you could, students, take a minute this weekend, thank your individual mentors for getting you here. Thank them for the next event you're going to go to, and talk to them about how you're going to make it to Worlds and what hotel you're going to stay at. I don't know, something fun like that. One more round of applause for the mentors that are here. And mentors, there is a little get-together tomorrow morning to recognize you. So it's 7 a.m. tomorrow before the venue opens. I believe it's behind the robot inspecting area. There will be a little mentor get-together where all the mentors are welcome to come and meet each other and kind of talk about struggles and successes of all the different teams. We can all kind of network, and that'll be an opportunity. I hope to see you there. On the note of things that are happening tomorrow, there is an FLL Explorer event tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, I could just read you the script about the cool things that they're doing, but in reality, as a past first student, I only ever participated in FRC, and I think ultimately I missed out by not being involved in the other first programs. So if you do have time during the event tomorrow, take a moment and head over to the FLL event and see what they're up to. Those really are students that are going to feed into your team eventually, as long as they stick with first. And I think if you give them a reason about how exciting FRC is, eventually they'll do that, and that'll be great. All right, logistics of the event. Keep an eye on where the exits are in this room. Some of the exits are a little bit further to get outside. Some of them head right outside. The whole joke about airplanes, some of them may be behind you, right? Know where your exits are. Know where the fire extinguishers are. There's one over here at the scoring table in the event that we need it. A lot of teams have them in their pits, and there's also the ones built into the school. Know where they are and know how to use them in the event that there's a fire. First aid. There's a first aid kit at many pits, but there is a fully kitted out first aid kit at pit admin. So if you are in need of first aid, reach out to pit admin, and they have the resources you need. Tomorrow and today, because this is a very small venue, it's very tight. It leads to high excitement. It's really cool. It's a lot of difficulty for the people setting up the field because there's people on both sides, and you got to make sure everything's nice. But with that, there's not much space to walk. So if you find yourself sitting near the steps, make sure you are sitting on an actual seat and you don't have stuff on the steps. If you see yourself sitting near the walkway, make sure your feet are the last thing in the walkway. There's not stuff in front of you for people to trip on. It's really important. I'll hit on that again during the awards section tomorrow. I don't want anybody tripping during awards. Closed captioning TV. Over on the red side of the field, the show side of the field, there is a TV that has closed captioning on it. So that's picking up everything I'm saying. It's also going to pick up everything our lovely MCs say, or our lovely GAs say, and anybody else that's on the microphone. So if you know somebody that could take advantage of that resource is there for you. And if you don't need to take advantage of that, try to keep that area clear for those that do need to take that capability. Two last things. If you need help this weekend, there's a lot of resources here at the event for you. You've got the trusted adults on your team. You've got volunteers that are here helping out with the event. And you have multiple First WA staff here at the event. So if you see something, say something, report it to somebody, and they'd be more than happy to help you and get that worked out. We want to make sure everybody has safe and a lot of fun this weekend. With that, if you are able, please stand and remove your hats for the national anthem. With that, I'm really expecting a great weekend, a great event this weekend. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's keep gracious professionalism at the forefront of everything we do. With that, I just have one question for you. Who's ready to play Reefscape? All right, teams, let's get those robots on the field. We'll get powered up and we'll get underway. The other voice you're going to be hearing this weekend is the absolutely fantastic and wonderful Mr. Josh Klar.
Good morning, Sammamish / Bellevue.
Josh, if you would be so kind, I would like to meet the teams for qualification match number 1 out here on the field. Up first, I've got 2976.
Sponsored by Microsoft, OSPI, and Gene Haas from Sammamish, Washington, the Spartabots.
Joining them, I've got team 492.
Sponsored by Perpetual Technologies, Washington OSPI, and the Boeing Company from Bellevue, Titan Robotics Club.
Rounding out the red side of the field, it's 3588.
Sponsored by the Boeing Company, Washington Machine Works, and Out of the Box from Renton, Washington, the Talon.
On the blue side of the field, make some noise for 1899.
Sponsored by OSPI, Microsoft, and Boeing from right here in Bellevue, Saints Robotics.
Joining them, taking up the middle position, it's 1983.
Sponsored by Small Moon Development, Microsoft, and Brandon G. from Seattle, Washington, Skunkworks Robotics.
And rounding out your green alliance, I mean blue, it's 3219.
Sponsored by OSPI, Prospect Construction Incorporated, and the Green River College from Auburn. That's TRED, Trojan Robotics, Engineering, Art, and Design.
Qualification match number 1 here at the Pacific Northwest District Sammamish event. Thumbs up, we're ready to go. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to our first qualification match out of 62 here at the Sammamish District event, and this one will begin as all Reefscape matches do, with 15 seconds of pre-programmed autonomous instructions on these robots. Mostly just a bunch of mobility bonuses over there on the red side of the field, plus one trough piece of coral scored for just 3 points there in the autonomous period, and we'll get moving now. Your score 18-6 favoring the Red Alliance as drivers now take the controls. About 2 minutes left to play. All three Blue Alliance machines now lining up at the Blue Alliance reef, mostly aiming for the lower portions of the reef to start placing coral on. The trough is the bay where coral can be placed laying sideways or diagonal ways, or whichever ways you prefer. And then we build upwards from there at levels 2, 3, and 4, worth 3, 4, and 5 points respectively here in teleoperated. Red Alliance leads by 11. There's Spartabots out of Sammamish reaching up now, looking to pick up a level 4 Reef score for 5 points of Alliance score. They're able to do so successfully, and they'll fight off Tread, Auburn's team here in blue and green, trying to block off the Red Alliance Coral Station. They are the designated defender over there on blue, just one defender allowed per side of the field. Now pushing and shoving against Titan Robotics Club. Titan trying to line up for a piece of coral. They're able to grab that one successfully and drive their way off towards the reef, pushing all sorts of algae out of their way. The teal spheres you see rolling around the center of the field, they'll come into play later on in our competition. Each side has processed 2 pieces of algae, and the Red Alliance has tossed that algae after processing up onto their net twice. 4 points apiece for each of those pieces of algae sitting in their barge net. Just 30 seconds left to play here in this qualification match, and already we see Tread for the Blue Alliance now lining up in the barge zone for the Blue Alliance, grappling there with a deep cage. 12 points potential in that cage if they're able to get their robot fully supported by just that cage at the conclusion of our match. Possible last-minute algae processing over here from Saints Robotics on blue. Just kidding. They'll drop that algae off and go join Skunkworks to try and at least pick up some parking points as the match expires. 2 points per robot breaking that tape line in the Blue Alliance barge zone. It'll be 2 points there for Titan Robotics Club in red, parked safely under the barge as the match expires. Folks, all those scores you see up on the projector are unofficial until referees have reviewed and certified our results. And we'll get final scores to you as soon as we have them. Results are in for qualification match number 1. The Red Alliance will take home our first qualification match of the morning with a final score of 63 to the Blue Alliance's 54, and each of those Red Alliance teams will start their weekend average with 3 ranking points. Throughout the competition, we'll average up the ranking points scored per match for each team. They'll start with 3. The Blue Alliance starts with 1. It was the barge bonus ranking point, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And first, I think it's about time to roll our game animation.
Welcome to the 2025 First Robotics Competition game, Reefscape, presented by Haas. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to earn points by harvesting algae, seeding coral on their reef, and returning to their barge to ascend to the ocean's surface. Alliances earn additional rewards for meeting specific scoring thresholds and for cooperating with their opponents. Prior to the start of the match, teams can choose to hang a shallow cage or a deep cage on their barge. Robots start each match at their starting line and may be preloaded with 1 coral. During the first 15 seconds of the match, robots are autonomous and can be programmed to leave the starting line, remove algae from their reef, and place coral on their reef. If all enabled robots on an alliance leave the starting line and score at least 1 coral in auto, the alliance earns the auto ranking point. During the following 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the match, drivers control their robot. Robots can place algae in their net and collect coral from human players at their coral station to place on their reef. Coral placed higher on the reef are worth more points. If an alliance can score enough coral on all 4 levels, they will earn an additional ranking point. Robots can also deliver algae to their processor. Once processed, the algae can be taken by the opposing human player and scored into the net. When 2 algae are delivered to each processor, both alliances earn a co-op point. The co-op point reduces the number of coral needed on the reef to earn the ranking point and influences a team's rank in the tournament. As time runs out, robots race back to their barge to hang on their cage and ascend to the ocean surface. Points are awarded to robots that can hang on a shallow cage, and even more points are awarded to robots that can hang on a deep cage. An alliance that scores enough barge points will earn the barge ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points overall wins the match.
I'm out here on the field with the teams for qualification match number 2. Let's go ahead and meet the blue side of the field. Say hello to 8248.
Sponsored by Seattle Public Schools, CTE, and OSPI from Seattle. That's Chainlinks.
Joining them, it's your host. Make some noise for 2412.
Sponsored by OSPI, NASA, and Boeing. From right here in Bellevue, the Robototes.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, say hello, Team 2910.
They're sponsored by Swerve Drive Specialties out of Mill Creek, Washington. Jack in the Bot.
On the blue side of the field, for real this time, it's 6350.
Sponsored by Microsoft, Boeing, and Parker from Enumclaw, Washington, the Clawbots.
Joining us on a First Robotics field for the first time ever, please make some noise for 10455.
They're from Bethel High School in Spanaway, Washington, Bison Dynamics.
Rounding out the blue side of the field, it's 9023.
They're sponsored by Boeing, Microsoft, and Intel. From Sammamish, Washington, Future Martians.
Qualification match number 2 here at the Sammamish event. We got the drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Getting it rolling for a second time here at the Sammamish District event, and we'll already see coral go flying here courtesy of Jack in the Bot. A little too much spring in the step there. Twice in a row, actually, coral landing first on level 4 of the Red Alliance Reef and then getting tossed airborne. The Alliance will still put up 13 points there in autonomous to the Blue Alliance's 6, and drivers now will take the controls. Looking over here at the Blue Alliance side of the field, there's Future Martians back to the coral station wall near our ref panel, scooping up. One piece of coral aiming for level 4 of the Blue Alliance Reef. Would have been worth 5 points, but it instead drops back to the trough, and will be worth just 2 points to the Blue Alliance score. Red sitting on a reasonably comfortable 18-point lead. Jack in the Bot drops off a 5-pointer there on level 4. Picks up their own rebound from autonomous. There goes another level 4, and 3 for good measure. Drops it off. No sweat at all. 15 points in about 10 seconds for that Red Alliance machine. Their partners there, Robototes, that 2412 machine you see at the very top left corner of the field. Starting to build some of the lower levels of that Red Alliance Reef now. 3 points apiece on level 2 and 2 points for the level 1, respectively, provided by that Red Alliance machine to the now rather domineering lead that Red Alliance is building up. Looking over here on blue, we'll say hello once again to our rookie teams here, Bison Dynamics, making their FRC debut. And learning a little bit about spring dynamics there as they bounce on top of the algae in the blue side of the field. That algae will now go rolling off towards the center of the field right next to our head referee panel. And Bison will figure out what they'd like to do next. Looks like they're actually going to help push their alliance partner out of potentially the way. We'll circle back to that in a moment. 33 seconds left to play here in this qualification match. Jack in the Bot's still tossing coral all over the place back there by the coral station. They're concerned a little less with accuracy and more with speed on these cycles, as they know they can pick up these coral quite quickly. Level 4, quite full. Looks like we've got 3 or 4 more places left that we can score coral for that Red Alliance reef. But both Jack in the Bot and Robototes will give up on that effort and head to the barge zone now, grappling with those deep cages, but not able to get airborne before the match expires. Just 4 points total across that Red Alliance in endgame. Balls, match 2 results in the books. The Red Alliance takes that one home at a nice 10 frames a second, apparently. 111-32, your final score for match number 2. 5 of the 6 available ranking points being scooped up by each of those Red Alliance teams. Only missing the barge bonus ranking point. We'll talk more about those bonuses later once rank point averages actually start to matter a little bit, but that is a great start to the morning for Chain Links, Robototes, and Jack in the Bot. BRB, match 3 coming up in a bit.
Qualification match number 3 out here on the field. I've got 4980.
From Kettle Falls, Washington, sponsored by Roger Wagner's Make Report, Boeing, and Campbell Scientific. That's the Canine Crusaders.
Joining them, I've got 3070.
Sponsored by Shoreline Robotics Society, the Boeing Company, and SPIA from Shoreline, Team Pronto.
And rounding out this side of the field, it's 2928.
Sponsored by Online Metals, ARM, and Limelight from Seattle, Viking Robotics.
Oh, I'm so excited. On this side of the field, what time is it? It's 4:88.
Sponsored by Microsoft Corporation, the Boeing Company, and OSPI from Seattle. That's Team Xbot.
Joining them, it's 9442.
Sponsored by NASA, Ferry Oak and Clarkson Machine and Marine, and Boeing. Also out of Seattle, the Miso Mechanics.
Rounding out this side of the field, looking very stoic, it's 2927.
They represent the Graham Kapowson High School in Graham, Washington, Nest Robotics.
Qualification match number 3 here at the Sammamish District event. Drivers, if you could please work your way behind the lines. We'll get this match started very shortly. All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're rolling match number 3 here at the Sammamish District event, already reaching for the sky. We've got 2 Blue Alliance machines quickly putting up level 4 Coral for 7 points here in the autonomous period. A little bit of a bonus there for doing it under pre-programmed instructions. Buzzer sounds 27-9 will be your live score. And drivers will now take control in what appears to be a 3-on-2 power play favoring the Red Alliance. Taking a look at what that Red Alliance is doing. There's Team out of Shoreline. The neon orange shirts you absolutely can't miss from 10 zip codes away. Reaching up now, level 4 Coral placement with no drama at all. They're looking for a repeat success last year. A pretty excellent season all around, all the way through. And starting this match off pretty strong. They're looking to eat away at some of that score deficit they've got to the Blue Alliance. And that Red Alliance has sent Viking Robotics over to the blue side to try and slow these cycles down in helps of shrinking that score deficit. Vikings, that team out of Ballard in Seattle, parked in front of the Blue Alliance Coral Station here, trying to slow down the Miso Mechanics. Doing a little bit of a dance. There's Xbot getting around them. While Viking refines their bearings, getting jostled around amidst all the algae that they'll send out of their way. 1:08 left to play. Blue Alliance now sitting pretty comfortably on a 70-something point lead. Plenty of algae still in the Red Alliance reef. There's Pronto back to the Coral Station, while their Alliance partners out of Kettle Falls, their Canine Crusaders, scoop that algae out of the reef. No score value for that, but it does open it up for processing later in the match. No algae processed by either alliance just yet here in this one. Smashing their arm down on top of the coral in the Blue Alliance station. There's the Miso Mechanics. Not quite sending it as fully airborne as we've seen some coral go earlier today, but definitely making some room. They're going to now finish populating level 3. Not quite finishing. One peg left on level 3 of the Blue Alliance Reef. This one should finish it off. In goes the Mechanics, dropping it off, and no! 4 points rejected there by the Reef. 5 seconds to see if they can pick it up. 3, 2, 1. It drops. It's good. And that'll be 2 complete rows of the Blue Alliance Reef. Live score already showing 125, and we've still got plenty more to review. We'll be back in just a moment. Match number 3 in the books. It's a Blue Alliance victory, 125-29. 4 ranking points for each of those Blue Alliance teams to get their averages started. And we'll get the field reset and ready to go for match 4 here shortly.
Qualification match number 4, red side of the field. Up first, 4180.
Sponsored by OSPI, Boeing, and the Gene Haas Foundation. They're from Seattle, the Iron Riders.
Joining them, 3681.
Sponsored by OSPI, CTE, and the Nathan Hale Foundation. Yet another team out of Seattle, the Robo Raiders.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 8032.
Sponsored by the Seattle Academy of Arts and Science. You wouldn't guess it, but they're also from Seattle, Sasquatch Robotics.
Over here on the blue side of the field, it's our safety managers team. Say hello to 1294.
Sponsored by Lake Washington Schools Foundation, First Washington, and OSPI. From Sammamish, Washington, Pack of Parts.
Joining them, make some noise for 2906.
Sponsored by Bethel Public Schools CTE in Spanaway, Washington. That's Sentinel Prime Robotics.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance is 32-68.
Sponsored by Lockheed Martin and North Shore School District in Kenmore, Washington, Valhalla Bots.
Qualification match number 4, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
This is match 4 here at Sammamish, and reaching up into the sky there, we see Robo Raiders drop actually their coral back onto the ground, and then a very calm autonomous for the remainder. Just 6 points on the board there. Mobility bonuses from 2 Red Alliance teams. They'll get a very slight lead now, and drivers will take control for the rest of this match. Those cages just go a-swinging here in the middle of the field. Blue and red, almost exactly on the same frequency, by the way, going back and forth. But I digress. Red Alliance machine now back to the Blue Alliance coral station, trying to lock pack of parts out of the way. That defender is Sasquatch out of Seattle. Learning the lay of the land over here in blue turf. So far, not much offense happening really on either side of the field. We're still figuring out where we'd like to go. Over on the Red Alliance side of the field, we are going to see the 3681 machine there of Robo Raiders reaching up now, looking for the second level 4 coral score on that reef, and it's successful. Scooping up 5 points of Alliance score for each of those. Here comes another one right next to the other 2, and that one is good as well. Starting to pick up a little bit of steam here over on the Red Alliance side of the field. Still no algae processed by either side. Plenty of time for that to change. Those will go through the algae processors, which are kind of the holes in the field wall that we see on either side of our center barge truss. Algae and robots both sitting in front of those processors, but so far, none making their way through. 43 seconds to play. Here's pack of parts for the Blue Alliance. That 1294 machine you see in the bottom right corner of your screen. Spinning around, doing a little bit of a dance. Looks like that coral was not to their liking. Seasoned to taste on round 2. They'll come back in a moment. They got 27 seconds worth of moments to try again. And there's a Red Alliance machine back at the coral station for what might be the last or second to last time here in this match, as the Iron Riders from Roosevelt High School in Seattle driving their way across now to the reef. They'll just drop the coral off, not worth their time, they say, and they'll head to the barge zone. Deep cage in front of them. Will they grapple with it and try to climb? Just a few seconds. Their Alliance partners will accept the challenge. That's the Robo Raiders. They're from Nathan Hale High School in Seattle. Picking up 12 points for the Red Alliance score there, which might have been enough to secure that match. We'll get a final score to you here in just a moment. Match 4 results are official. Red Alliance will win that one and secure a bunch of RP in the process. 53 points to the Blue Alliance's 15. 3 ranking points for winning the match, and they got the barge bonus. Blue Alliance walking away from that one empty-handed. We'll reset the field and be back in just a moment.
Qualification match number 5 here at the Pacific Northwest District Sammamish event. Let's say hello to Team 5827.
They're sponsored by Microsoft, OSPI, and Boeing. They're from Kirkland, Washington. That's code purple.
Joining them, 4915.
Sponsored by Boeing, the Bainbridge Schools Foundation, and OSPI from Bainbridge Island, Washington, Spartronics.
And rounding out this side of the field, it's 4918.
Sponsored by OSPI, Boeing, and the Allen Brown Steam Fund from way out in Port Townsend, the Roboctopi.
On the other side of the field, make some noise, it's 949.
Sponsored by OSPI, Boeing, and First Washington. They're from Bellevue, Wolverine Robotics.
Joining them from not too far away, it's 948.
Sponsored by NASA, the Boeing Company, and Microsoft, also from Bellevue, NRG, the Newport Robotics Group.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 3049.
Sponsored by the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard and the National Defense Education Program. From Bremerton, Washington, that's Bremertron.
qualification match number 5 here at the Pacific District Sammamish event. We've got all the robots on the field and connected. Drivers, if you could please work your way Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 5 gets going here, and already a quick tangle in center field as Spartronics from Bainbridge Island make their way into the Blue Alliance barge zone and send a cage flying. 9 points on the board for their alliance. Despite all of that, 3 points to the blue, and that's the end of Autonomous, with still a slight lead for red. Just waiting on one last robot to give us signs of life here in the teller-operated period. That is Wolverine Robotics from Bellevue High School. See if they can get things going here, but their alliance partners are starting to set the score for the Blue Alliance. NRG from Newport High School, just down the road, wiggling around, doing some quick controls checks, I suppose, while they line up for a level 4 Coral score, and that's good for 5 points of alliance score, and right back to the Coral Station they'll go with the human player ready to feed that robot. Delicious, delicious PVC pipe. 36 points on the board there for blue. They have a 1-point lead over red. Spartronics lining up there for the Red Alliance, dropping off a level 4 Coral of their own. They're also going to have some help here from the Roboctopi from way out in Port Townsend. Completing the cycle, there's Kirkland's code purple, picking up a few points of their own. It looks like that was another level 4 score for 5 points. And they'll now zip their way across the field. Not really sending a defender over to blue turf. They're focusing all on offense here for that Red Alliance. And up goes yet more Coral. Falls into the robot of Spartronics. They'll now have to wiggle that out of the machine and hope to send it back into the sea currents. Red Alliance now starting to run away with this one. They were trailing by a point, and now they are leading by a bit shy of 40 and now a bit over 40. A pretty rapid catch-up effort here. Blue Alliance picking up 5 points there on level 4. We'll go back and forth, but with 3 Red Alliance machines all functioning here on offense, that is a pretty formidable front to deal with. Code Purple's now going to start grappling with a deep cage here under the Red Alliance side of the barge. 12 points possible if they can get that machine airborne and fully supported by just that deep cage. The shallow cages you see, the ones that are just a straight-up carabiner hooked onto the barge, those are worth 6 points on a successful climb. Red Alliance with 2 deep and 1 shallow, and none of them getting airborne there. Just 3 parks on the Red Alliance side and 1 on blue. Each of those 2 points to their respective alliances. We'll tally all this up, get a final score to you momentarily. Results are in. Red Alliance wins qualification match number 5. Your final score, 103 to the Blue Alliance's 56. Just 3 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams for winning the match. No bonuses involved. We'll be right back with match number 6.
Qualification match number 6. We're seeing some teams back out here on the field for the second time here at the Sammamish event. Up first, it's your host, Team 2412.
From right here in Bellevue, Robotics.
Joining them also from the local area, it's 9036.
From literally right down the street at Bellevue's Big Picture School, sponsored by NASA, Boeing, and OSPI, that's Robotics.
Rounding out this side of the field, make some noise for 2927.
They're from Graham, Washington, Nest Robotics.
On the other side of the field, what time is it? That's right, 488.
They're from Seattle, that's Team XBot.
Joining them, 2976.
From Skyline High School in Sammamish, Washington, the Spartabots.
And rounding out this side of the field, 1983.
Sponsored by Small Moon Development, Microsoft, and Brandon G. from Seattle, Skunkworks Robotics.
Qualification match number 6. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Lo and behold, it's qualification match number 6 here at the Sammamish District event. Our pre-programmed instructions looking solid on both sides. Slight advantage to blue. Maybe a slight disadvantage to the Coral that gets completely yeeted back to the center field line from the Coral station. That one's coming from Team XBot. They come into this match ranked number 4. They're facing off against Nest Robotics in number 6 and your host team Robototes in number 1. Of course, that's only with one match in the book for each of these teams. So plenty of time for everything to change. Here's Ramen Robotics on red, scooping some algae out of the Red Alliance Reef. Robototes will do much the same, not looking to process it, just to get it out of the way so that they can score Coral onto that reef. Looks like the Red Alliance strategy is going to be to aim for levels 3-ish, 3 and 4 of the reef, whereas Blue Alliance stayed focused quite heavily on level 4 so far. Team XBot scooping up 5 points at one point there. Skunkworks working on some of the lower levels for 2 and 3 points. And here comes Spartabots out of Sammamish, reaching up, looking to complete the Blue Alliance cycle. That Blue Alliance already sitting with 53 points on the board with still over a minute left to play. Pretty comfortable place to be. Xbot reaches up. Another 5-pointer pending. That one's good. Here comes Skunkworks for 4. It drops into the trough and then back into the seas and sent adrift in the ocean currents. Coral placed over on red, looking to eat away the point deficit. Right now they have the game tied with 50 seconds left to play. Up reaches the Robo-Totes, looking for 5 points on the top row. It's good. Ramen Robotics now scooping up some coral out of the middle of that Red Alliance playing field. Not looking to get the human players too heavily involved, although they do go back to the coral station for a quick moment there. That Red Alliance has completed about half of the bottom row of pegs on that reef. The branches there. That's level 2, worth 3 points apiece. Their alliance trails by 15 as our sonar pings sound and signal that it's time to get ready to ascend. Just 8 seconds left for the Blue Alliance to get something going here. Right now, all 3 robots parked for 2 points apiece. And with 1 second left, no signs of anybody leaving the ocean floor. We'll tally up your scores after a quick match review by our referees. Scores are in for qualification match number 6. The Blue Alliance will win that one. Your final score, 95 to the Red Alliance's 80. 3 ranking points for each of the Blue Alliance teams and just the autonomous bonus ranking point there on red. Your leaderboard scatters into complete disarray. Not worth summarizing right now. We'll get back to that later. And match 7 is on deck.
Qualification match number 7. Over here, I've got with me team 29, 10.
From Mill Creek, Washington, Jack in the Bot.
Joining them, it's 1899.
They're from Bellevue, that's Saints Robotics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, 4980.
From Kettle Falls, the K9 Crusaders.
Over on the other side of the field, make some noise for 1294.
From Sammamish, Pack of Parts.
Joining them, 2928.
They're from Seattle, that's Viking Robotics.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance in green, it's 3219.
From Auburn, Tread.
Qualification match number 7. Drivers behind the line in 3.
2.5, 2.25.
Two, one, go!
Our autonomous period underway here in qualification match number 7, and yet more coral going flying over here from the Red Alliance Jack in the Bot machine. First one they're able to connect in autonomous so far today, and let's see if it's too good. Yes, it is. 23-6. Your live score coming out of autonomous, and now drivers take control once more. All 6 robots moving here in this teleoperated period. Drivers had their prior match earlier today to get the cobwebs shaken out and figure out which way the controls are aligned, and now both alliances showing a bit more signs of life here. Red Alliance really starting to dial things in. That's the Jack in the Bot machine you see, well, launching coral into the sky, but that wasn't my original point. More to the point, building the reef over there on the Red Alliance side of the field, a couple of level 4s plus a level 3. Those worth 5 and 4 points respectively here in the teleoperated period, and that algae just getting sent all over the place. We see the K9 Crusaders out of Kettle Falls doing a little dance in the middle of Red Alliance territory. Not sure if that's their wheel that they lost there on the ground, but they are trying to align themselves with the reef. They have a coral in that robot, although it doesn't look likely to make it out of that robot without crashing into something and dislodging it, much as we actually just saw Saints Robotics do. That's the 1899 machine you see there. They got a little bit of a helping hand for dislodging that coral from Viking Robotics out of Ballard. They're back to the coral station wall, blocking off that Red Alliance machine. K9 Crusaders pushed into the wall now and getting sent out to sea. Saints working to dislodge a piece of algae from the Red Alliance reef. Things sound a lot more calm than the scoreboard might represent here, because Jack in the Bot is making very stealthy, quiet work of building up the score table side of our Red Alliance reef at all levels. That is from level 4 at the very top all the way down to the trough on the bottom. Sonar pings are going, and so might our robots. We see Pack of Parts and Tread both parked under the Blue Alliance side of the barge. Tread gets airborne on a deep cage for 12. Both Alliance partners parked for 2 apiece. Red Alliance seemingly with no answer to this. Jack in the Bot was aiming to climb, but stays on the ocean floor at the conclusion of our match. Live score showing a very comfortable lead for Red. We'll see what our final score has to say here in just a moment. results are in for qualification match number 7. Red Alliance wins that one with a final score of 95 to the Blue Alliance's 28. 4 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams. 3 for winning the match, plus 1 autonomous bonus ranking point for all of the robots leaving the barge, and a coral scored. Just the barge bonus ranking point there on blue. 14 or more barge points scored. That was all of your climbs there at the end of the match, climbs and parks. And that is going to be it for match number 7. And folks, it's time for me to swap out here on the mic. The next voice you're going to hear is FTC head ref extraordinaire and FRC alum Demi Outman.
Out here on the field with me, I've got qualification match number 8. Up first, it's 90-23.
That's from Sammamish, Washington. That's Future Martians.
Joining them, it's 492.
From Bellevue, Washington, Titan Robotics Club.
And rounding out this side of the field, it's 948.
From Bellevue, Washington, that's NRG.
On the opposing side of the field, up first, it's 4915.
From Brainbridge Island, that's Spartanics.
Joining us back out here on the field, make some noise for 10455.
From Spanaway, Washington, that's Bison Dynamics.
And rounding out this side of the field, it is none other than 4180.
From Seattle, Washington, we have Iron Riders.
Qualification match number 8 here at the Pacific Northwest District Sammamish event. We've got all the robots on the field, connected and ready to go. Looks like we're missing a human player on the blue side of the field. Drivers, if you can work your way behind the line, we'll get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're starting off qualification, match 8.
We got 90-23 getting that coral on a level 4 branch. And we have movement from 4 of the robots on the field, 492 and 10-455. Hopefully getting some motion. 4180 dropping a game piece that was received from the coral station. They're trying to attempt to get another one, but we'll see if they can intake it. And 90-23 lining up at that branch. They didn't quite get it, but they're going to see if they can collect it off the floor. $49.15 rolling around the field. They have a coral in their collector. Seems like they might be heading over to the Red Alliance to play some defense over on that side of the field. All 3 red robots cycling back and forth from those coral stations and 948 getting that algae straight off at the second level of that reef. Back over here we have 10455 and 4180 at their coral station, with 4180 maybe successfully getting that coral. $9.48 slowly clearing all of that algae off of their reef, and now that side of the field is rolling with game elements. We have 35 seconds left in a match with a score of 57-2 with the Red Alliance in the lead. And we have robots coming into their barge zones. 948 looking to ascend up on their cage. We'll see if the Red Alliance, they got a lot of coral on that reef. We'll look to see if they get that reef RP point. We have 4180 also looking to potentially climb, and that is the end of the match. And scores are in. And Red Alliance takes the win on that one with a score of 79-6. Looks like Red got those 3 ranking points for the win, but we didn't see any other ranking points that match.
qualification match number 9 out here on the field. Up first, it's 949.
That's from Bellevue High School. That's Wolverine Robotics.
Joining them, 49-18.
From Port Townsend, that's Roboctopi.
And rounding out your red side of the field, 82-48.
From Seattle, Washington, that's Chain Links.
As we work our way over to the blue side of the field, up first, it's 63-50.
The Clawbots.
Joining them, 58-27.
From Kirkland, that's Code Purple.
And rounding out this side of the field, it's 80-32.
Sasquatch Robotics.
Qualification match number 9. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
We're down 2 robots on the Red Alliance to 3 on blue, but all robots moving at the beginning of this autonomous period. You got 58-27. Grabbing that coral from the coral station. They didn't quite make it for that second round, but we'll see if they get it in auto or in teleop. Okay. 49-18, looking like they're lining up on their reef. $80-32 coming over. We'll potentially see some defense. One-on-one on the red against blue. 58-27 gets another piece on that level 4 reef. And they're just going to keep cycling back and forth, back and forth. 6350 is lined up to intake. We've got some one-on-one challenge with some rolling game objects between 49-18 and 80-32 with a time of 1 minute and 12 seconds left in a match, currently 38-9. $63.50, looking to figure out where they're going to head next. 49-18, looking to line up. They have that cute octopus on their robot. We have both 80-32 and 58-27. We're hanging around the barge zone, potentially preparing for endgame. With 27 seconds left in the match, current score of 48-12. All three blue robots heading towards their barge zone with 58-27. Look like they potentially ascended. We'll see what the referees decide. Blue Alliance takes the victory in match 9 of qualifications with a score of 69-19. Blue Alliance gets a handful of ranking points there, including the ones for winning the match.
I've got qualification match number 10 out here on the field with me. That means we're 2 short matches away from lunch, folks. At lunch, we're going to have a senior photo down here on the field. So at the conclusion of match number 12, if you're a senior, if this is your last year participating in first, you'll head on down here to the field and we'll get a photo and we'll get you off to lunch lickety-split, I promise. But with that, let's meet our teams. 90-36.
Wolverine Robotics.
32-68.
Sorry, Evan. I'm new at this. Give me a second.
It's the Valhalla bots. And rounding out this side of the field, it's 35-88.
That's the Talon.
There we go. Over on the other side of the field, it's 94-42.
Miso Mechanics.
Joining them, 36-81.
Robo Raiders.
And rounding out this side of the field, it's 30-70.
Team Pronto.
Qualification match number 10. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
We've got movement from all robots, 9442, quickly scoring their preloaded coral. Cycling that again. 9036 starting to meander their way over to their coral station for the start of teleop. We've got 9442 knocking over all of those pre-staged algae just to get to that coral so they can all three blue robots crowded around this reef, starting to build up their game pieces on those branches, slowly building up their way towards that coral RP. 3588 has some movement in the middle of the field. We'll see if they can make it where they want to go. 9036 using that front collector to pick up those scoring elements off of the ground instead of going to the coral station like the majority of teams. We'll see if they can successfully collect a game element. Lots of game piece movement on the ground over on the blue side since given all that coral and all that algae rolling around. 3070, 3681, 9442, having scored and completed most of the branches on that reef, potentially already at a ranking point, but we'll see. 40 seconds left in the match. 10 to 91 to the Blue Alliance currently. We have 3286 currently parked in front of a coral station. Not sure if they're looking to get a piece of coral out of there, but we're in endgame, and 3681 looking to potentially climb on that cage. It looks like they might be off the ground. Takes the win for match 10 of qualifications. 157 as a high score for the event to 20 for red. They get all three game ranking points plus those additional 3 ranking points for winning the match.
Qualification match number 11 out here on the field. Up first, 30-49.
That's Bremertron.
Joining them, it's 29-10.
Jack in the Bot.
And 492.
Titan Robotics.
On the opposing side of the field, make some noise for 29-28.
Viking Robotics.
Joining them, 29-06.
Centennial Prime Robotics.
And rounding out the blue side of the field, your host, Team 24-12.
The Robototes.
Qualification match number 11, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All the Blue robots have moved off of that starting line. '29-10, hitting that pre-staged algae, making it roll all over the field. For 92, not moving yet, but we'll see if they can pick it up and get some motion. And there they go, kicking it off. '29-06, '29-28. Co both lining up at that reef, looking to score that coral. And we have 30-49 over here, playing defense against Robototes and the rest of the Blue Alliance. 29-10, collecting that coral off of the ground, looking to both score it and, while they do that, remove the algae. They almost have the algae completely removed from their reef. '29-06 collected a coral from the coral station. They're lining up, driving around to an optimal position to get themselves to score that coral onto their trough. 24-12, cycling like crazy, looking to build up the coral levels. Over on the Red Alliance, we see that's a pretty full reef at this point. We'll see if that's enough to get them that ranking point with 45 seconds left in the match. With a score of 48 blue, 89 red, we see 29-10 dropping more coral on that reef trough and spinning around and dropping another one straight on a level 4. We're in endgame, and we'll see these robots hopefully head back to their barge zone. '29-10, almost jumping off the ground into an ascended position. All 3 blue robots have gotten back to their barge zone, and we'll see what the scores of this match are. Red taking the win with a score of 115-70. Good job on behalf of both alliances.
Out here on the field with me, I've got qualification match number 12. That means we've made it to lunch, folks, here on day 1 of the Pacific Northwest District Sammamish event. At the conclusion of this match, we're going to have a senior photo down here on the field. So this is your last year competing with First. Come on down and join us on the field for a senior photo at the conclusion of this match. But with that, let's meet the teams on the field. On the red side, it's 1294.
Pack of parts.
Joining them, it's 488.
Team Xbox.
And rounding out this side of the field, 9023.
Future Martians.
On the opposing side of the field, say hello to 4180.
Iron Riders.
Their alliance partners, 4918.
The Roboctopi.
And rounding out this side of the field, it's 1983.
Skunkwork Robotics.
Qualification match number 12. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All 3 red robots jumping off of that starting line, looking to crowd around their reef, and 9023 successfully scoring a piece of coral on that level 4. We don't have a ton of movement right now, but I'm sure we'll get moving in Teliat. 4918, 1983, confusing each other. 1983 doing some fun spins on their alliance side of the field. We'll see if they can get control of their movement so that they can go and attempt to score some elements. Meanwhile, their partner, 4918, starting those cycles back and forth between their coral station. Meanwhile, they have 488 zipping over, successfully placing that coral on that level 4. All 3 red robots having a lot of movement, some interaction between 9023 and a blue robot who's looking to play defense on this side of the field. $12.94, 488 jockeying for position. It looks like 12.94 might have something with their control system going on, but we'll see if they can correct it by the end of the match. We have algae getting removed from that reef, now rolling all over the field. Coming back over to the Blue Alliance side, we've got 4918 sliding another piece of coral onto a branch, and 1294 coming over and now playing defense against blue. 1983 successfully picks up that algae. We'll look to see what they do with it. Maybe they'll put it in the processor. 9023 and 4180 jockeying against each other on the red side of the field. 1294 looking to potentially ascend on their deep cage, and 4918 maybe getting off the ground. We'll see. We'll see what the referees have to say about those ascents. Red takes the win for that match, 94-28. And remember, everybody, we are breaking for lunch. We'll be back.
We'll be back for qualification match number 13 at 2 o'clock prompt. But for now, if you can work your way down to the field, if you're a senior, we'll be lining up for senior photos on the field. Again, we'll be lining up for senior photos on the field. The rest of you head out to lunch. Seniors, if you're working your way on down to be on the field, we'll line you up over here on the red side of the field. Just kind of hang out near the stanchions over here, and we'll let you in just a moment so we got the robots off the field. Seniors, if you can work your way onto the field, we'll get the photo done. There's a space over here in the stanchions. You can work your way out here. I'll open one up on the other side. If you're a senior, you can work your way on right here. All right, friends. Everybody, hello, hello. This wonderful gentleman's name is Gavin. Everybody say hi, Gavin. Okay, if you can't see the glass in the front of his camera, he can't see you. So kind of like move your head a little bit to make sure you're hidden or make sure you're visible, whatever floats your boat. As long as all the seniors are here, we got one more that needs to work their way onto the field. Two more. Xbot, I need you to make a little bit of space. Okay. Everybody smile for Gavin. It's a professional photo. We can do a funny photo. No? Funny photo? Something? Do something weird. Come on. This is really boring, guys. I'm disappointed. That's all right. Get to lunch. Go to lunch. Out here on the field with me, I've got qualification match 36. Up first, 49-18.
From Port Townsend, it's the Roboctopi.
Joining them, I've got 36-81.
From Seattle, we got the Robo Raiders.
And rounding out the red side of the field, I've got 30-49.
From Bremerton High School, it's Bremertron.
On the opposing side of the field, up first, make some noise for 32-19.
From Auburn High School, it's Trojan Robotics Engineering Art and Design.
Joining them, 82-48.
Chain Links.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 90-36.
From Bellevue, we have Ramen Robotics.
Qualification match 36. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
We're starting back up with that qualification match 36 after the short break that we just took. All robots making movement across the field. Some paused currently, but 90-36 continuing movement to dump that one piece of coral back into the trough, gaining that auto ranking point for the Blue Alliance. We have 36-81 rolling that algae off of the reef, trying to clear that out so when their partners 49-18 come back with that coral that they have in hand, they're gonna score that, well, I guess in this case, all the way up on one of those levels and deposit it there to get those points. Over on the other side, we have 32-19 dropping a piece of coral while their partners, 90-36, attempted to get that onto a branch, but it dropped into the middle of that reef structure. We're at 1 minute 30 seconds into the match with a current scoring difference of 7 points. As both alliances continue to fill up their reefs with more of those coral pieces. 82-48 on the red side of the field, maneuvering around to get into a position to potentially impede 49-18 from getting access back to their coral station, but they quickly move away, hitting some algae in their path. On the other side, we have 90-36 continuing on that the side of the reef that's nearest to their driver stations, plowing through some algae to now focus on the other side. They do have a piece of coral between them and the reef structure, so we'll see if they're able to maneuver past that. And while they do that, they pull off another piece of algae so that when they do deposit that piece of coral, it'll once again score for their alliance. With 23 seconds left in the match, it's a close score of a 2-point difference with blue in the lead. We'll see if red can make a comeback quickly. We do have that sonar sound indicating that it is endgame as robots maneuver their way back to the barge zone. We see 32-19 take off into the air, and we'll let the referees assess the state of the rest of the field. And that ends qualification match 36.
qualification. Blue takes the win on that qualification round with a score of 62-49. With that, Blue gets 5 ranking points. One of those your barge ranking point, the other one your auto ranking point. All 3 robots in that alliance move up in placement while Red moves down. We'll see what happens in the next match. Moving on to match 37.
Qualification match number 37. Up first, it's 1983.
From Seattle, Washington, that's Skunkworks Robotics.
Joining them, I've got 9023.
From Sammamish, Washington, that's the Future Martians.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, your host is Team 2412.
From this local venue, Sammamish High School, that's the Robototes.
On the blue side of the field, I've got 948.
From Bellevue, Washington, that's NRG.
9442.
From Seattle, we got Miso Mechanics.
And rounding out your blue alliance, 2906.
From Spanaway Lake High School, we got Sentinel Prime Robotics.
Qualification match 37. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
All robots moving as we start qualification match 37. 2906 paused for the moment. We'll see if they can get connection back. Looks like they're still powered up. Robots moving even faster as we said, 2906 getting moving in this teleop period. 9442 with their noise-making elevator, looking to go up, and drop those coral into that level 4, along with their partners 948 are right behind them. we see the Red Alliance do the same thing while also dragging that algae off of that reef. They almost have all of that algae cleared, only 2 more left. We have 1 minute and 34 seconds left in this match. Currently, with a 40-point difference between the Blue and the Red Alliance. 90-23 with their partners 1983, both with coral in hand, aligning to the reef. 1983 dropping it onto the floor while their partner continues with success. 94-42, 29-06, figuring out their positions relative to each other so they can each gain access to the appropriate and desired branches of this reef structure that they're maneuvering around. All robots going back and forth, pretty contained to their sides of the field. Not much interaction and not much obstruction of each other's alliance. We just see each of these reefs continuing to get populated, one coral after another, as the teams are building towards that coral RP point. 25 seconds left in the match. The score is much closer than earlier. Blue 101 to a red 86. We heard that sonar buzzer, so we'll see these robots hopefully make their way to the barge, but most of them are still around their reefs, managing to place those coral. And as everyone is frantically heading to that barge zone, we see some of those robots made it, and we'll see what happens when the scores are posted in just a few minutes. Blue Alliance taking the win for qualification match 37 with 117 to 106 for red. That Blue Alliance once again gets 5 ranking points, and all 3 robots move up in your rankings. Both the barge ranking point and the autonomous ranking point, in addition to those 3 ranking points they get for winning. Red also is able to grab the autonomous ranking point, and we'll move on to match 38.
Qualification match 38. Up first, 80-32.
From Seattle, Washington, we have Sasquatch Robotics.
Joining them, 41-80.
Also from Seattle, the Iron Riders.
And rounding it out, it's 10-4-55.
From Spanaway, that's Bison Dynamics.
On the other side of the field, $49.80.
From Kettle Falls High School, we have Canine Crusaders.
$32.68.
From Kenmore, Washington, Valhalla Bots.
And $4.92.
From Bellevue, Titan Robotics Club.
Qualification match 38. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off qualification match 38. We see movement on all sides of the field, but currently we're at a pause for another 6 seconds. We'll maybe see if something happens, but blue is currently in a lead with 16 and red with 9. And off they go, all ready to go and grab more coral, get more algae. Everybody knows this game, hopefully at this point. 492, 4980, both at opposite side human player stations on the blue side of the field, and both simultaneously going about dropping that coral. Not quite making it for 4980, but we'll see if they can get a comeback as they're cycling through this. 3268 maneuvering through the barge zone. Looks like they might stay put for a while, but we'll come back and see where they go. 8032 looking to place a piece of coral. We see it drop to the ground, and we see them recover back on it, continue moving on in this match. It's a minute and 22 seconds into the left in this match with the current difference between the scores of only 10 points. That's approximately 2 coral pieces at a level 4. So pretty close ability to come back from that difference. We see on the blue side rolling algae on the field as all 3 robots are trying to maneuver through those field obstacles created by removing the algae from the reef, but also on both sides of the field, knocking all the pre-staged algae off of their originally preset positions. With 39 seconds left in the match, we see both alliances continue to score, and they may start making their way over to the barge zone in the last 20 seconds. We see both blue robots, 4980 and 3268, hovering in their barge zone, and there goes that sonar noise. 8032 spinning their way over to the cage. They grab it. 4980 has a hold of their cage as well. We see them both get airborne, and we'll let the referees figure out what the score for that was as the conclusion of match 38 occurs.
And here comes your scores for qualification match 38. Blue taking the win with a score of 94, red with a score of 62. We see 492, that's Titan Robotics Club, moving up to the 4th seeded position in one of those coveted 8 Alliance captain spots. And we see other Blue Alliance members get 5 ranking points, which keeps them moving up in the rankings.
Out here on the field with me, I've got qualification match number 39. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Up first, 58-27.
Our currently ranked 8th team, Code Purple.
Joining them, 32-19.
From Auburn, Washington, that's Tread.
And rounding it out, it's 9-4-9.
From Bellevue, Washington, we have Wolverine Robotics.
On the other side of the field, I've got 82-48.
Currently at rank 10, creeping up in the advancement, that's Chain Links.
Joining them, 29-27.
From Graham, Washington, that's Nest Robotics.
And 36-81.
Our currently 7th seeded team, Robo Raiders.
Qualification match number 39 here at the Pacific Northwest District Sammamish event. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go with qualification match 39. We see robots moving across that field, 7 seconds left in the autonomous period, and 58-27 slides that piece of coral on that level 4 reef branch. As we transition, we see all robots moving. 82-48 Chain Links moving over to the red side of the field to attempt to impede some of these red robots who seem very capable in getting that coral onto the reef. And in similar fashion, we see 949 running straight through one of their cages as they enter the Blue Alliance side of the field, trying to obstruct 3681 from getting out of their coral station. But they get out of it, and they too are able to drop a piece of coral straight onto the one of those level 4 branches. With a minute 27 left in the match, we see Red in the lead as they have a significant amount of coral already on their reef. Quite a few algae removed to allow those pieces of coral to score 4 points, but they still have quite a bit of obstruction from Chain Links, who's looking to play 1-on-2 as both Red Alliance robots over there are looking to score. With 54 seconds left in the match, Red still in the lead. 9:49 over here. Successfully potentially impeding 29-27 and 36-81 from effectively collecting these coral game elements from their coral stations, but they seem to get past that. 9:49 looks like they had a mechanical mishap over on the Blue Alliance side of the field in our stationary. Not sure they'll be able to come back, but we shall see. With 15 seconds left in the match, Red is ahead, and we see 58-27 ascend on their deep cage, and we also see 36-81 potentially joining them at that height. As we close out this review, we'll move on to qualification match 40. Scores are posted for qualification match 40. Red is victorious with a score of 90 to Blue's 52. We see Red once again getting those 5 ranking points is very critical if you want to move up in these rankings, as Blue in comparison was able to achieve their barge.
Welcome to qualification match number 40, folks. Out here on the field with me, I've got your #1 ranked team in blue, your #2 seeded team in red. We'll see where they rank up at the end of this match. But first, let's meet our teams. 29-76.
From Sammamish, that's the Spartabots.
Joining them, 49-18.
From Port Townsend, it's the Roboctopi.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, your #2 seeded team, say hello to 1899.
From Bellevue, that's Saints Robotics.
Moving our way on over to the blue side of the field, your #1 seeded team, it's team 29-10.
From Mill Creek, you have Jack in the Bot.
Joining them, 49-15.
From Bainbridge High School, Spartronics.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 90-36.
Also from Bellevue, Ramen Robotics.
As we get our gates cross-locked and loaded, we'll get this match underway. We've got 5 out of the 6 robots on the field here for qualification match number 40. We've got our field all buttoned up. The drivers are behind the line, and we're starting the match in 3, 2, 1, go.
All 5 robots moving on the field. Jack in the Bot looking to pick up that coral underneath that pre-staged algae and just shoving those algae out of the way, some of it rolling all the way across onto the red side of Red Alliance side of the field. We have 2 minutes and 6 seconds left in the match. Red is down a robot, but they're still trying their darnest to score all that they can to keep up with this blue side of the field. We have all 3 blue robots looking to collect that coral. Cycles, cycles, cycles. We have a current score of blue in the lead, 61 to red's 26. 90-36. Using their floor collector once again, continue to get that trough level of their reef, which is key if you want to get that ranking point. As a reminder, you do need 5 pieces of coral on every level, including the trough. So we have robots on this Blue Alliance scoring at level 4, level 3, level 2, and the trough. Jack in the Bot also assisting their partner by also filling up that trough. With a minute left in the match, Blue is leading with 95 points, but Red is not giving up the fight. We have 49-18 over on the red side of the field, getting into alignment. We'll see where they want to place that piece of coral they have in their collector. 29-76 with an algae in hand, actually one in front of them as well. 2 algae go into the processor, handed over to that Blue Alliance human player as they toss it up into that blue net. 29-76 continuing to put algae into that processor, and that blue human player just yeeting it up into the blue net. This isn't a common occurrence at this competition today, so this is pretty cool to see. 6 seconds left in the match. Blue in the lead as all the robots on the field look to run back to their barge zones. We see a couple that made it. And we see Blue Alliance with 1 Jack in the Bot hanging robot as we conclude qualification match 40. Up on the board, we have qualification match 40. Blue taking the win with 170. That's a high score for today. You have Jack in the Bot remaining in the number 1 seeded position, with Spartronics moving up into an Alliance captain slot, with all together gaining 6 ranking points across the board. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, we did see our previously second-ranked seed drop down to 5, still an Alliance captain at this point. But we'll see with more qualification matches to come on to match 43.
I've got qualification match 41 out here, folks. That means there's 10 matches left before we go home today. At the end of the day today, down here on the field, we're going to have an alumni photo. So if you're a first alum, if you would join us down here on the field in 10 matches, I'd really appreciate it. God, I'm getting the stink eye from the Robototes for not starting yet. Let's go ahead and meet the teams. Up first is team 2412.
From Bellevue, it's the Robototes.
Joining them, it's team 488.
From Seattle, Washington, Team Xbot.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 6350.
From Enumclaw, it's the Clawbots.
Over here on the blue side of the field, up first, it's 3588.
From Renton, Washington, the Talon.
Joining them, I've got 3070.
From Shoreline, you have Team Pronto.
And rounding out your blue alliance, it's 1294.
From Sammamish, Pack of Parts.
Qualification match 41 here at the Pacific Northwest District Sammamish event. Robots are loaded in. Drive teams are ready to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
With the start of qualification match 41, we see robots doing what they do, getting to where they go. With 3070 grabbing another piece of coral, tossed their first one off to the side as they tried to navigate back to the human player station. We see Robototes beginning to clear their reef on the red side of the field of that algae, hoping to make all of the coral that they can get on that reef count for as much as possible. We see 1294 trying to do the same, using their front claw, and they successfully are able to remove that algae as it rolls over to the red side of the field. You know, it might become an impediment over on the Red Alliance, given that these elements have a tendency to lie all over the place. We see 1294 making their way over towards Robototes
and their associated human player station, making it difficult for them to slide up against that wall where they slot those pieces of coral down that chute, looking to follow them around. And we see 30-70 right now, peacefully just going back and forth on their blue side of the field, getting that coral. 35-88 has parked themselves in their barge zone, assuming that they're waiting for end zone to come, and they'll just stay straight in position until that point in time. 41 seconds left in the match. Red in the lead with 75-51. We see 488 bumping up against 1294, but they're able to successfully align to that reef branch, drop that coral, and they currently have 2 of the 4 coral levels needed for that coral ranking point. In endgame, 11 seconds left. We see everyone trying to sprint back to their zones, hoping to avoid running into any of the strewn game elements all in the field, and we see many of them have successfully made it back within the tape. We'll see how this one concludes when scores are posted in just a minute. Red Alliance with the win for qualification match 41 with 95 points to Blue's 59. Robototes moving up into the 5th ranking position. They get an even 4 points. That keeps them up there in the rankings. And we'll see what happens as we continue on to qualification match 42.
Welcome to qualification match 42, folks. Looks like the Red Alliance is conspiring over there, but we're going to meet the teams. Up first, 3049.
That's from Bremerton, Washington. That's Bremertron.
Joining them, 4980.
From Kettle Falls, you have Canine Crusaders.
And rounding it out, 5827.
Hailing from Kirkland, it's Code Purple.
On the other side of the field, say hello to 10-4-55.
From Bethel High School, we have Bison Dynamics.
Joining them, it's 1983.
From Seattle, we have Skunkworks Robotics.
And rounding it out, 29-28.
Also hailing from Seattle, we have Viking Robotics.
Qualification match 42. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's getting late in the day. We have match 42 up and running. Red robots, blue robots, all moving off that starting line. Blue robots are paused for the moment while red robots continuing movement. 4980 was successfully looking to place some coral, dropped it to the ground, but they're headed straight to their coral stations. All three red robots sort of encumbered by themselves in an area on the carpet, looking to figure out where each of them are going to go and what their role is in their overall strategy. On the blue side, we have Skunkworks with a piece of coral lining up at their reef, ejecting it quite forcefully onto that level 2 branch, and then looking right after to pull off one of those pieces of algae as it drops out of their claw. Red robots chaotically swarming around each other like a hive of bees, figuring out where they're going to go and then doing the work. 30-49 looking to align, but spinning around in a circle. We'll see if they're able to figure out the correct angle to align to that pole. Skunkworks, once again, continuing to eject coral onto the branches with their partner, 2928, right behind them, looking to align in a similar position. The position a lot of these robots are in is on the sides of the reefs that are closest to their alliance stations. It makes it really easy to see the alignment of your robot because it's right in front of you. Overall, this match seems pretty contained. Red being on the Red Alliance side, blue being on the other. All robots looking to fill up those reefs. Red has quite a few coral on those highest levels of that reef. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we have mostly coral placed on the mid-tier, but both alliances seem to have cleared about half of their algae at this point in time. With 10 seconds left in the match, we have two robots potentially airborne on the Red Alliance, but it looks like they might be having a tough time keeping it that way. As we hear the end buzzer of the match, we'll see what that final score is, as we see all 6 robots within that barge zone. Scores are posted, and we see a Red Alliance win. Score of 61 to Blues 41 points. 20-point difference, fairly close. That's only approximately, 4 coral on a level 4. We'll move on to match 43, and we'll be transitioning GAs over to Josh Clark.
Qualification match number 43 out here on the field. Make some noise for 492.
They're from Bellevue, Washington, currently ranked 3, Titan Robotics Club.
2906.
From Spanaway, Sentinel Prime Robotics.
And 3219.
Coming up from Auburn, that's Tread.
On the other side of the field, let me hear some excitement for 949.
From Bellevue, we have Wolverine Robotics.
Joining them, 9036.
Also from Bellevue, we have Ramen Robotics.
And rounding out the blue side of the field, 2976.
From Sammamish, the Spartabots.
Can I get a quick round of applause for Ayla, everybody?
Was it something in my walk, how I talk, giving off the wrong energy? Was it something in my stride, too much pride, hitting you to back down? Slowly, slowly you became my enemy.
With our temporary cage installed, we've got qualification match 43 ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
The 6 robots on the field, all in motion as we submerge into the deep of this reefscape environment. 2976. Looking to place that coral, but it drops onto the ground and it's rolling away as we transition into this teleop period. 9036 looking to remove those pieces of algae as they bounce away and disrupt some of their pre-staged algae. We'll see if that affects them later in the match. Seems like they're on a roll trying to get this algae off of their reef. Meanwhile, we have Titan Robotics trying to do the same as they are using their collector mechanism to lift those algae as they roll onto the field. Spartabots, coral in hand, paused, looking to align and drop that onto the highest branch of that reef. They miss. It rolls away, but once again, they're back at it, right back aligned. Looks like they might be using one of the April tags to help localize themselves to that reef. There's April tags all around the field that can potentially help with the alignment efforts of all of these robots to the various positions in which they have to score. You have 32-19 sprinting over to the blue side of the field, trying to stop blue from getting out of that human player station, but also disrupting their set of cages, which does include that lovely black new cage that's swaying back and forth at this point. 41 seconds left in the match. Red with 46 to blue's 25. We'll see if blue can recover with some heavy defense on behalf of 32-19. 29-06, doing what they do, doing what they're good at. Once again, scoring a multitude of those coral pieces into the level 1 reef trough as we hear that sonar noise indicating we're in the last 20 seconds of the match. We have 2 red robots looking to get into that barge zone. Finally, all 3 of them making it in there as time comes to an end. And we'll see scores posted in just a moment. Scores from qualification match 43. Red taking the win, and we hear some loud cheers in the stands. A score of 66 to blue's 29. We see Titan Robotics retaining that 3rd level spot, and both of their partners moving up, gaining those 3 ranking points from a straight win.
out here on the field with me for qualification match 44. I've got seed number 4 and 5 on the Red Alliance facing off against Alliance ranking number 2 and 8 on the Blue Alliance. We'll see where that shakes up, but first let's meet our teams. Over here on the red side of the field, it's 94-42.
From Seattle, we got Miso Mechanics.
Joining them, it's none other than 12-94.
From Sammamish, Pack of Parts.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's your host, Team 24-12.
Local favorites, Robototes.
Over here on the blue side of the field, it's 49-18.
From Port Townsend, the Roboctopi.
Joining them, it's 49-15.
From Bainbridge Island, Spartronics.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, what time is it?
It's Team Xbot.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save
Qualification match 44. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
As we dive into qualification match 44, we see all 6 robots raring to go. Blue robots plowing through their preset algaes, pushing them all into the corner. And as we transition to the teleop period, we have algae on both sides of the field rolling everywhere. Team Xbot placing some coral, getting straight back into the game, but they have 1294 right on their heels. They're doing a turn maneuver over to the other human player station to quickly grab that piece of coral. 1294 backs off so that they don't incur anything and they get out of the way. We have pretty aggressive defense from the Roboctopi on the red side of the field. Robototes maneuvering around the reef along with their partners 94-42, both successfully continuing to fill up that level 4 ring of coral. Robototes once again now starting with their partners to fill up that level 3 ring as we see Blue not far behind and slowly closing up that level 4 ring. 1 minute and 5 seconds left in the match. Red with a lead of 86 points to Blue's 56. As we continue to see quite a lot of defense. At some point, 1294 got themselves wedged up on a piece of algae. We'll see if they're able to recover. Meanwhile, Roboctopi still giving Robototes and Miso Mechanics a hard time on the red side of the field. Not making it easy for them to get that coral RP by filling up all their levels on that reef. 4488 lining themselves up to extrude a piece of coral onto another branch as we hear the sonar noise indicating the last 20 seconds of the match. Red currently in the lead with no signs of robots trying to buzzer beat back to their barge zone. We just see the continued scoring of the coral. And that closes out qualification match 44. We see scores up on the big screen.
Red taking the win for qualification match 44, 120 to 101. This match had quite a bit of defense on both sides of the field. We see Miso Mechanics jumping up into that second position alongside Robototes, following right behind them at position number 3.
Qualification match 45 out here on the field. Let's meet the teams. 3681.
From Seattle, we have Robo Raiders.
Make some noise for 948.
From Bellevue, Washington, you have NRG.
And their partner, 1899.
Also from Bellevue, we have Saints Robotics.
Over here, can I hear some cheering for 3070?
From Shorewood and Shorecrest High Schools, Team Pronto.
Joining them in the middle position, 6350.
From Enumclaw, you have the Claw Bots.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it is none other than your number 1 seeded team here at the Sammamish District event. Please welcome Team 2910.
From Mill Creek, that's Jack in the Bot.
Qualification match 45. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off qualification match 45. Robots are moving. Jack in the Bot, 2910, getting that first coral on the blue reef, followed quickly by grabbing another preset coral, along with their partners, 3070, both pre-staged to line up to that reef. Meanwhile, 6350 has meandered their way over onto the red side of the field. Looks like they're going to attempt to be an obstacle for this Red Alliance to get around, but seems like Red Alliance is able to easily maneuver their way into their human player stations and into position next to the reef to score that coral on the level 4. You got Jack in the Bot over on the blue side, potentially trying to double stack some of this coral, but that doesn't count for anything, so they scooch themselves over a little bit, find a new branch, drop it in an open position. We have their partners, Team Pronto, also scoring in their side of the field. Just trying to clear all of this coral that's rolling around. You got Jack in the Bot, human player, just rolling it into the position as close to the reef as they can. That way it reduces their travel time in order to get all of that coral to score it more efficiently. With 57 seconds left in the match, we have blue in the lead, potentially because of that feeding strategy from their human player. Red currently at 72, as all three robots have defense played against them, trying to jockey for position around this central reef area. 31 seconds left in the match. We see both sides' robots continue to score on the reef, while blue's looking pretty populated at this point, seeing 4 out of 4 levels with 5 coral each. They've achieved that ranking point, as the scoreboard is showing, as we come into the last 11 seconds of this match. Looks like we see 948. NRG looks to be off the ground. 663.50. It's touching their cage. Doesn't look like they're attempting. And everything's come to a still as we move on to see our scores in just a second. Qualification match 45 are in. Blue with the victory with a score of 127 to 109. We see Jack and the Bot keeping their position at number 1 and upping their partners to higher ranking levels, while we see the other alliance go down. Blue with 5 ranking points to Red, even though they didn't achieve the win, walking home with the auto ranking point as well as a barge ranking point.
I'm out here on the field of qualification match 46, folks. That means we've got 5 matches left here today. But if I remember correctly, there's something interesting happening at the end of qualification match 50. Can you remind me what that is?
Yeah, we'll need all alumni to make their way down to the field for an alumni photo after the matches conclude.
And then also, while I'm thinking about it, a little birdie told me that there's something special about tomorrow. What is that?
Oh yeah, let me think about that. Oh wait, it's daylight savings time. Just a reminder, you might need to be aware of your clocks and make sure your alarms are set properly.
Yeah, make sure you adjust those clocks. Make sure you get here on time tomorrow. We would hate to see you miss the event. With that, let's go ahead and meet the teams. 35-88.
Hailing from Renton, Washington, it's the Talon.
Joining them in the middle position is 90-23.
From Sammamish, we have Future Martians.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 82-48.
From Lincoln High School, we have Chain Links.
On the blue side of the field, up first is 32-68.
From Kenmore, that's Valhalla Bots.
Joining them, 30-49.
From Bremerton, we have Bremertron.
And rounding it out, 41-80.
From Roosevelt High School, the Iron Riders.
Leave me. I love you. I hate you. I love you. I hate you. I love you. Hate you. Love you. Love you. Love you. Hate you. Love you. Hate you. Love you. Hate. 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 If you leave, I will. Better yet, I will kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you.
Qualification match 46 here, folks. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Starting off qualification match 46 with a bang as 32-68 loses control of their preloaded Coral as it bounces off the ground and rolls across the field. 30-49 slowly at a turtle's pace, making their way further into the Blue Alliance zone. We see 35-88 already hanging out in the barge zone. We'll see if they want to make their way over to the blue side of the field, though just a reminder that you can only have one Red Alliance on the opposite side of the field in order to play defense or potentially obstruct blue from getting that Coral onto their reef. We see 4110 dropping a Coral at a level 4 and headed straight back to their Coral station, though a little bit of commotion in the one they wanted to get to, so they maneuvered themselves all the way over to the second Coral station on their side of the field. 30-49 continuing to align themselves, haven't quite got in the right position that they want to, while 82-40 Chain Links ain't making it easy on them. 32-86 looking like they were on the opposite side of the field, potentially trying to make their way back to their side as Chain Links is looking to block them from doing so. Over on the red half of the field, we see Future Martians lining up to drop a Coral on that level 4 ring. They successfully do it. Looking to grab one off the ground now with that interesting looking intake. Seems pretty streamlined, and they're able to do it again successfully. 48 seconds left in the match with only a 2-point difference between red and blue, with red in the lead. We see robots already crowding this barge zone at a pretty early time. We haven't even heard the sonar signal yet. We see 35-88, assuming that they're going to potentially stay where they are. 32-86 on the Blue Alliance doing the same. 41-80 ejecting a piece of Coral, and it rolls down into a trough, getting them some points. And we see robots going into the air, getting off the ground. Chain Links looking like they're off the ground. We'll see if blue can get any robots to join them. 3 seconds left. 4 robots in the barge zone. I think that's all we're going to see as we close out qualification match 46. Scores up on the big screen show a red win for qualification match 46 with a score of 86-60. Red walking away with 5 ranking points, upping all of their robots. Sometimes these ranking points don't necessarily push people in any direction, so you can see Iron Riders sitting right now, no movement, ranking position 24, actually right above their opponent in this match, the Talon, at ranking position 25. We'll move on to qualification 47 in just a couple minutes.
Qualification match number 47 out here on the field. Up first, 80-32.
From Seattle, Washington, that's the Sasquatch Robotics team.
Joining them, 29-27.
From Graham, it's Nest Robotics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 488.
Our current team in rank 5, it's Team Xbot.
On the blue side of the field, we've got 29-28.
From Seattle, Washington, Viking Robotics.
90-36.
From Bellevue, it's Ramen Robotics.
And rounding out your blue side of the field, it's 94-42.
Currently in rank 2, it's Miso Mechanics.
Qualification match 47. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here goes qualification match 47. All three blue robots looking to get straight up against that reef zone. Miso Mechanics aligning accurately to each of those reef branches, getting 2 coral inside of that level 4 ring, and now they go ahead and place another 3rd on them. Ramen Robotics, once again with that tilted elevator, makes it easy to pull off that algae from the reef. Minute 57 seconds left in the match. It's pretty close and early. 29-27's made their way over to the blue side of the field. But as they drive back to the red, looks like they might
almost catch themselves on a piece of algae, but able to get themselves off of that while pushing those games elements into the red field zone. Team Xbox making quick work of placing a piece of coral on that level 4 as they quickly jaunt themselves back over to a coral station, and their partner, Sasquatch Robotics, dropping a piece of coral into that trough. 1 minute 9 seconds left in the match. Blue with a lead of approximately 40 points. Red trying to shut them down, 29-27. Trying to get in the way, but doesn't stop. Miso Mechanics agilely going back and forth from their coral station. You can hear that elevator very distinctly going up and down as they align to the various levels of the reef. Meanwhile, we're going back to Team Xbox. They're over here strafing around the field, trying to get aligned. They got coral in hand with 25 seconds left in the match. We'll see robots heading over to their barge zone. 80-32 off the ground. And maybe their partner 29-27 is going to join them in that area, potentially getting that that barge ranking point, which requires you to get at least 14 points. A deep cage climb, that's 12 points by itself. A park in the zone is another 2. We'll see how the scores pan out in just a couple minutes. The thumbs up from our scorekeeper, Kevin, that the scores are in, and Blue gains a win on that one for qualification match 47. Points 118-87. 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. Miso Mechanics holding steady at that number 2 position. Red able to squeak in with with that barge point with 80-32 with a deep cage climb, and their partners 29-27 pairing with them for that successful barge RP point. Moving on to qualification match 48.
Welcome to qualification match 48, folks. We've got 3 left until we head home this evening. Let's meet the teams. 10-4, 55.
Banaway, it's Bison Dynamics.
Joining them, it's 9:48.
From Bellevue, it's NRG.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, it's 12:94.
From Sammamish, it's Pack of Parts.
On the blue side of the field, up first, it's 30:70.
From Shoreline, it's Team.
Joining them, 58:27.
From Kirkland, we have Code Purple.
And rounding it out, it's 4:92.
From the International School, it's the Titan Robotics Club.
Folks, we're ready to start qualification match 48. Drivers, if you could work your way behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Diving into qualification match 48. We see movement on both sides of the field. Code Purple starting to do those cycles. They don't quite get that last piece of coral, but they finish it up heading into the teleop period. Energy following suit on the red side of the field, dropping that coral onto the level 4. Meanwhile, Code Purple switching tactics from the coral straight into getting that algae off of that reef. Meanwhile, their partners Team Pronto and Titan Robotics Club looking to support them with more coral. You got 3 blue robots, all with coral in hand, trying to line up and get those seated into the right positions, working towards that coral RP point. Meanwhile, you see Red simultaneously doing the same thing. Both robots over here, coral in hand. We got 10-4-55 dropping coral onto the level 1 trough of that reef. Turning around, doing it once again. We're at 1 minute and 12 seconds left in the match. Blue currently with a slight lead, 66 points to Red's 42. We'll see if they continue to pull ahead with the momentum of the 3 robots, all continuously scoring that coral. Once again, it looks like they've got a number of coral on levels 4, 3, and 2. Based on the scoreboard, they do have at least 5 coral on all 3 of those levels. But once again, they have to fill out that level 1 trough if they want to get that RP ranking point, and not just fill everything at all of those levels. Meanwhile, we have Energy continuing to almost completely fill up that level 4 ring on the red reef. But they've headed over into the barge zone, getting ready to ascend into that barge, hesitantly waiting to see if they go up. Meanwhile, all 3 blue robots have made it into the zone. Energy taken to the air. We see them elevated as we close out the end of qualification match 48. Blue taking the win for qualification match 48, 106-82. Titan Robotics Club holding the position of 4th. Meanwhile, even with Blue with a win, we see Code Purple dropping down from rank 5 to rank 4. It's really important for teams at this point to be getting at least 4 ranking points, but they walk away with a win, which only gives them 3. Meanwhile, Red walks away with at least 2 ranking points for their auto performance and for their gaining those at least 14 points during endgame with their barge climb. Moving on to qualification match 49.
got qualification match 49 out here on the field. That means we got 2 matches left, folks. 2 matches until the alumni photo and until we have to adjust our clocks to be here on time tomorrow. With that, up first, 3681.
From Seattle, it's Robo Raiders.
Joining them, it's team 29.
From Henry M. Jackson High School, it's Jack in the Bot.
And rounding out, it's 4918.
From Port Townsend, it's the Roboctopi.
On the blue side of the field, in blue, it's 1899.
We have a rank 5 team, Saints Robotics.
Joining them, it's 8248.
From Seattle, Chain Links.
And rounding out your blue alliance, it's 949.
From Bellevue High School, it's Wolverine Robotics.
Qualification match 49. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Quick movement by all robots, getting further from that center of the field, away from the barge zone as we start qualification match 49. Blue robots on pause for currently, but lots of action on red as they prep to enter the teleoperated period. Chain links quickly making their way over to the red side of the field, exchanging algae with Jack in the Bot. Over on the blue side, we see Wolverine Robotics pushing around an algae. We'll see what they're trying to do. Making their way over to the processor. Looks like they can't quite get it to enter the processor on the side of the field over here nearest to the scoring table. But maybe they will try again in a couple minutes. Saints Robotics with Coral in hand, holding down the fort on this reef as they try to place that Coral onto the highest level. Coming back over to the red side of the field, we see Jack in the Bot, Robo Raiders, and the Roboctopi all vying for positions at that Coral station. Jack in the Bot not having much defense played on them and just able to cycle back and forth from that Coral station back onto the reef. They're building up their accumulation of Coral one level at a time with 43 seconds left in the match. Red with a lead of 77-36. The Roboctopi dropping a piece of Coral that they attempted to place potentially on the trough. It lands on the floor. And we have Chain Links definitely not making anyone's life easy over there, getting in the way as much as possible to prevent red robots from getting that Coral from their human players. Roboctopi, just for a second there, pushed up onto Robo Raiders' bumpers, but they were able to maneuver off there as we hear the sonar signal indicating that we need to go up to the surface and ascend this barge. Jack in the Box jumping off the floor, seeming like they don't care about gravity today. We see their partner, Robo Raiders, joining them in that attempt to get off into the air. All 3 blue robots making it to the zone as we move on to match 50 of qualifications, the last match of the day.
results are in for qualification match 49. Red comes out victorious with a score of 123, blue with 52. Red walking away with all 6 ranking points with that match, making Jack in the Box continue to be in continue to be in position number 1, elevating their partner Robo Raiders up into the 7th position, while Chain Links goes from 9th to 12th, and their partners, Saint Robotics, dropping from 5th to 9th. Moving on to the last match of the day, qualification match 50.
Out here on the field with me, I've got qualification match number 50. That's the last match of the day here at the Pacific Northwest District Sammamish event. I've got a very special guest out here on the field with me to help me announce the teams. Please put a warm welcome together for Greg Needell, who is the CEO and co-founder of Rev Robotics. Greg, take it away.
All right, down here on the red side of the field in the First Alliance, we've got team 4180.
From Roosevelt High School, it's the Iron Riders.
And their partner in the center station, it's 2927.
From Graham, Washington, it's Nest Robotics.
At this alliance, we've got 2906.
From Spanaway, it's Sentinel Prime Robotics.
And over here, we've got the host team of the event in blue, team 2412.
They're also currently in rank 3. It's the Robototes.
And their partners in the center, 4980.
From Kettle Falls, it's Canine Crusaders.
And this final team over here on blue, it's team 3588.
From Renton, Washington, it's the Talon.
All right, we'll get these gates locked up. All right, drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
It's the last match of the day, qualification match 50. All robots still moving, which is great. As we close out day 1 of the Sammamish District, we see robots paused for the minute, but we'll assume that they'll get moving as we enter the teleop period and drivers take the controls. They got 2 minutes and 12 seconds to get the work done, get the coral scored, get the algae moved. Robototes lining up, getting a level 4, getting back to the coral station as their partner Canine Crusaders does the same in the opposite direction. Pre-staged algae, all but disturbed except the one over here on the blue side. See if it can stand there for the rest of the match. We got the Talon hanging out over here by the processor nearest to the scoring table. Not sure what their goal is, but hopefully they'll be meandering around the field in a little bit as 2927 zooms by them to get to Canine Crusaders, potentially to cause some obstruction of their coral processing operation over on the blue side of the field. Meanwhile, we see Iron Raiders successfully aligning up and scoring the coral on the red side of the field, currently at the intake of their coral station, going back and doing the same with 57 seconds left in this match. Blue in the lead with a score of 62, red with 42. We'll see if red can get a comeback, as they don't have any defense currently to slow them down. It's all within their wheelhouse. We see at this point one branch left on that level 4 reef ring. We'll see if Robototes is able to cap that. Looks like they instead choose to go for a level 3. Not a bad choice, still gets them points. And we see Canine Crusaders topple over. They seem out of commission potentially for the rest of this match. But Robototes may be able to hold down the fort as they head to the barge zone, looking to get those final points in this match. Red slipping into the barge area in the last few seconds of that match. And we'll see our scores in just a couple seconds, as that is the closeout of day 1 of the Sammamish District and of qualification match 50. Here come the last scores of today. For qualification match number 50, Blue takes the win with a straight score of 100 points to Red 64. It'll land Robototes in a solid 3rd place for the evening with those 3 ranking points from a win. Red able to scrape in with the 1 auto ranking points. It's although robots moved and they scored at least 1 coral in the trough. Over to Evan to close us out for today.
As you work your way out of the stands, thank you very much for coming out today. Pits close at 8:15, so you've got about 20 minutes until the pits close. Tomorrow morning, opening ceremonies are at 9 with a prompt match start at 9:15. I hope to see you here tomorrow. One more time, remember daylight savings. You got to move your clocks forward 1 hour. And if you're an alumni, work your way on down to the field for an alumni photo before you head out. One last thing, teams that are in the stands still, I've written down where you were sitting. Please take a moment to clean up your area, or we'll have a discussion with your mentors tomorrow. I really appreciate it, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Drive safe.